Welcome to Sebring International Raceway for the 2025 WinterFest under the sanction of the National Autosport Association. I'm John Fippin, so glad to be with you here this weekend as we have our first qualifying session of the day underway. This is for what we're calling the Thunder Race Group. We have Thunder and Lightning here. Apologies to New Jersey Motorsports Park. The Thunder Race Group for Super Unlimited and all the Super Touring drivers in this group as they're coming out for their 20-minute qualifying session. This will set the grid for their first race of the day, and that's coming up at 1:25 this afternoon. We'll be joining you on DriversEye Live for that race as well. We've got another qualifying session coming up a little later at 11:10 for the rest of our race group drivers, the Lightning Race Group, which is American Iron, Thunder Roadster, German Touring Series, and Spec Miatas. That'll be coming up again at about 11:10, about 40 minutes from now. But we have cars on course making their way around on their formation lap as we're getting ready to qualify these drivers for our first race of the day. We had an exciting enduro race last night, 90 minutes long, with some good battling up and down the field, and many of the drivers who took part in the enduro are taking part in these sprint races here this weekend as well. Again, the first race for these drivers at 1:25 this afternoon. It'll be a 35-minute race. You see the field making its way through turns 10 and 11, the Collier sequence, then heading for the tower turn at turn 13, where they make the southern trek down toward the Almond Strait. You can see the clouds overhead. There are rain showers occasionally in the forecast, but the track is dry at the moment. We had some overnight rain and woke up to a damp racetrack this morning, but it has dried off at this point, and we'll just have to see what the weather has in store. The weather tomorrow, the weather forecast for tomorrow, unfortunately not quite as good for us, as there is a threat of rain pretty much all day tomorrow. So it'll be a very different racetrack in the damp as these drivers coming around to the green flag here at start finish to set this qualifying session underway as the first of the field across the line. And let's see what we've got. Louis Schreiber, one of the top finishers in yesterday's race from the Super Unlimited class, is first across the line as his Radical SR10 leads the way. Andy Lowe in the 35 also in the group. Mike D'Ambrose in the 99. Dmitry Golikov in the 12. Andrew Bechet in the 327. Just crossing the stripe. As you can see, these drivers jockeying for some position, looking for clear track as they're ready to set their times after this first lap to set the grid for this afternoon's first race. There'll be two races for these drivers today. Their first at 1:25, as we mentioned, and then their second race of the day coming up at 3:35 this afternoon. Interesting mix of race cars in the Super Unlimited class, dominated by the prototypes of various stripes. The Radical SR10 is well represented as we got a number of those, but Benjamin Glenn is here with his Wolf GR08. Looks almost like a Formula car. Stephen Dawes is here with his Elan DPO2. Andy Lowe in the 35 car is a Radical SR3. Martin Bruhat in his number 25 Praga R1T, also part of the Super Unlimited class. John DeAngelis in the 32 is a Elan DPO2. Jeff Kelderman, I'm not sure if he'll be in the field. Let's see if he came across the line. He had some problems yesterday with his Dodge Viper, and I don't see him among the cars out on track, so we may not see Jeff today. Louis Schreiber with the first lap time, a 2:10.801, as he takes the provisional pole. But it's early days, of course, in this 20-minute session. Robert Garza, you see him flash by in that Audi R8 LMS, number 67. You can see we have bright sunshine here at the moment, but some dark clouds off to our west may indicate that there's going to be some dampness in the track, so it'll be interesting if these drivers qualify on a dry track and have to race on a wet one. We'll see what the weather has in store here in Central Florida. See what the class standings are looking like. Super Unlimited, the largest class by far, 12 drivers from Super Unlimited in the field. Louis Schreiber, as we mentioned, quickest overall, and in that class, of course, in the 111. Dmitry Goliakov in the 12. In his Chevy Corvette is second quick, almost 6 seconds behind Schreiber. Scott Wagner in the number 8 Radical SR10. Hasn't come by for his second lap yet. Andy Lowe slots into second spot in the number 35. In the ST1 class, the 327 of Andrew Bichet is quickest in the early running here with a 2:11.860. Rocket Horton in the 01 is second quick. Just about 14 seconds separates those two, but he has not come by for his second lap yet, so that doesn't tell us much, as we'll wait for the session to get a little deeper before we begin to run times for you. In Super Unlimited, Schreiber holding on to the top spot. John DeAngelis now second quick in the number 32 Elan. Scott Wagner in the 8 is now third fastest in his Radical. Goliakov slots into fourth spot in the number 12 Corvette. And Jim Booth rounding out the top 5 in the number 63 Radical SR10. Drew Altman, who won the Enduro last night, not taking part in this session. As in ST1, Andrew Bichet, as we mentioned, still atop the order in the 327. Derek Carter now second quick aboard the number 24 Ford GT 500. Justin Levine, third quick among the ST1 drivers in the number 47. Isaac Richter in his number 36 yellow Corvette, and Rocket Horton in the 01 are your top 5 in ST1. In ST2, just 2 drivers here this weekend. Mike Roblin in the number 75 is quickest, with Robert Garza in the number 67, second fast in that Audi R8. Only one ST3 car here is Stephen Bright in his number 63. Nissan 350Z. A single ST5 car as well, Daniel Wellens in the number 31. That's a Mazda Miata. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. This is second call to the grid for HPDE 1 and 2 and HPDE intro. This is your second call to the grid, your 10-minute warning for HPDE 1, 2, and intro. A new driver atop the order now as Jim Booth takes over the top spot in the number 63. Jim in a Radical SR10, a 209.239. Just about a second and 3/10 back is the 8 of Scott Wagner and another of the Radicals. Louis Schreiber, the early leader, drops back to third now, just about 2/10 behind Wagner. David Albin in the 19 and John DeAngelis in the 32, your top 5 from the Super Unlimited class. Andrew Bichet continues to lead ST1 with a 2:11.860. Only a couple seconds behind the Super Unlimited provisional pole. Derek Carter in the 24 and Justin Levine in the 47. Now your top 3 in ST1. No change in the ST2 battle as Mike Roblin in the 75 still holds the top spot over the 67 of Robert Garza. And we could see there at turn 10 a car rolling to a stop, the 86 of Miles Kraut in his Wolf GBO8. And he looks to be dead stick here as that car not powered at the moment. You can see the waving yellow flag in the background indicating to the drivers that there is a stalled car. At the moment, they're covering that with a local yellow as this session winding down. And they are going to have to black flag this session in order to recover that car. So Miles Kraut with a problem there at turn 13. Don't know if we'll have enough time to get this session restarted. If it's a pretty quick extraction, we might have time, but we're on a time certain schedule here with a jam-packed weekend with high-performance driving experience as well as time trials, in addition to the race groups. So with the black flag in the air, just a quick rundown. In Super Unlimited, Louis Schreiber retakes the top spot, a 2:08.361, just about 0.8 of a second in front of Jim Booth in the 63. Got Wagner in the 8 is third quick. David Albin in the 19 is fourth. Miles Kraut, who is stalled out on track, is still fifth quick among the Super Unlimited drivers. Right now, sixth is John DeAngelis in the 32. Benjamin Glenn, I don't think we called his name so far this morning, in his Wolf GBO8 is seventh quick, eighth to Dmitry Golyakov in the number 12 Chevy Corvette. Andy Lowe in the 35. Radical is currently ninth, and rounding out the top 10, the 99 of Mike D'Ambrose. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. This will be the third and final call for HPDE 1, 2, and intro. HPDE 1, 2, and intro. This is your final call for your 1050 session. Final call, 5 minutes to go. Martin Bruhat in the 25 car is shown in 11th. We have two drivers behind him, the 22 of Stephen Dawes and the 412 of Hamish Miller in the Super Unlimited class. Then in ST1, Andrew Bichet continues as the pole sitter and looks to be solid in that position by a pretty substantial margin. Bichet's time, a 2:11.860, some 7 seconds quicker than the second place qualifier, Derek Carter, in the number 24. Justin Levine in the 47, up to third now, with Isaac Richter in the 36, fourth. Rocket Horton in the 01 is fifth. Langdon Morrison in the 42, and Paul Buchanan in the 223 round out the field in ST1. Just two drivers in ST2. Mike Roblin in the 15 continues to be the fast qualifier in his Porsche, with Robert Garza in the 67 in the second spot in the Audi R8 LMS, about 5 seconds separating those two. In ST3, Blake Buchanan in the 145 is the fastest qualifier, with Stephen Bright in the 63, some 16 seconds behind him. Bright in that Nissan 350Z. Daniel Wellens alone in ST5 in the Miata. So the black flag still being shown here at start finish, and again with time running down, only about 3 minutes remaining in this allotted time. I doubt if we'll get cars back out on track, so this may well set the grid for the first race of the day for the Thunder race group, Super Unlimited and the Super Touring. So we'll stand by till we get official word from race control that the checkers are out, but it looks like that's going to be your grid. You can see the timing on the left of your screen. Thanks to Brendan Kazmarek and Jordan Worth working with us here from DriversEye Live for the coverage of this weekend. Yep, that is it. We just get confirmation from race control. Checkers are out. So a brief but action-packed qualifying session for our first race of the day. Again, we'll be joining you on the stream at DriversEye Live once again at 1:25 for race number 1 for this race group. We'll be back with you most immediately for the other qualifying session of the morning. That's for the Lightning race group, American Iron, Thunder Roadster, German Touring Series, and Spec Miatas, coming up at 11:10. So that's about 20 minutes from now. We'll see you then. Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway as we are just about ready for qualifying for our Lightning race group. This is American Iron, Thunder Roadsters, German Touring Series, and Spec Miatas all in a bunch. We had 20 cars on the preliminary entry list, so we'll see how many of them show up for this qualifying session. You can see cars still streaming off the false grid and onto the racetrack. Turn 1 there in the distance, or the exit of turn 1 in the distance. Turn 3 in the foreground here of this historic 3.6486 mile racetrack. It's the layout of the track has evolved a bit over the years, but it's been pretty much the way it is right now since 2015. So about 10 years of no changes to the configuration of the racetrack here at Sebring. Of course, famous for home of the 12 Hours of Sebring, coming up a little later this spring. Sort of a rite of passage for a lot of racers as the second endurance race of the year, big endurance race of the year here on these shores. It was the Daytona 24-hour coming up just next weekend. The Roar going on over at Daytona as we speak. As the cars working their way through turn 14, making their way through the Bishop Bend down toward the Le Mans sequence, where we are right now at turn 16 at the head end of the Almond Straight. Turn 15, the easternmost turn on this racetrack, as they make the westward run into what they call Sunset Bend for good reason, as they race into the dusk here at the 12-hour. Sun in the driver's eyes as they make their way through this, as you can see, very bumpy 180-degree turn under the WeatherTech Bridge. And they're across the line, and we're underway for this qualifying session. Patrick Waymeyer in the 95, first one across the line. The 711 of Carson Waymeyer right behind. Marcos Rodriguez in the 170. Eduardo Rodriguez in the 70. So a family affair here as these drivers coming around who set off in this qualifying session. Carmine Price, excuse me, in the 11. Cameron Graysbury in the 99. Bill Frenick in the 15. Peter Craig in the 49. Chris Buxton in the 21. Roberto Moreno in the 29 in the field as well. You see the cars coming down into the hairpin at turn 7. Flash under the walkover bridge. The sequence known as Fangio at turns 8 and 9. As the cars coming up to speed here. The American Iron class, always fun to watch. Predominantly Ford Mustangs here this weekend, as American Iron contingent put on a great race for much of our 90-minute enduro last night. Great battle at the front of that field for much of the race that devolved a little bit after the pit stop, but nonetheless, these drivers getting with the program. You can see the body lean on some of these cars as they're working their way through turn 16, trying to get a good launch down the Almond Straight, the longest straightaway here at the racetrack, with the runways of the airport just off to drivers' left. We have a drifting competition going on here this weekend, unaffiliated with this race meeting, but the drifting just off to the right side of the camera shot you're seeing now as these drivers approach turn 17 and complete their first lap of qualifying. Attention in the paddock. This is first call to the grid for HPDE 3. HPDE 3, this is your first call to the grid. Bill Fennick setting the pace here early on, but we've still got a number of cars working their way around to complete their first lap. But Fennick atop the charts in his GTS2 Porsche GT4 RS. Peter Craig in the 49, second across the line in another Porsche from the GTS2 class. Carson and Patrick Waymeyer having a nice battle. Carson in the 711 American Iron Mustang and Patrick in the 95. Right behind, John Fippin in the 47 Thunder Roadster. With Carmine Price right behind. Marcos Rodriguez in the 7th spot after just a single lap. And it looks like just 2 more cars to come across the line before we have the entire field on the timing screen. Tom Pasarella, the only driver who's yet to cross the stripe in his number 89 Volkswagen Jetta. We'll have a look at the class standings. Looks like Bill Fennick's going to have the quickest time by a bunch after just 1 lap, a 2:15.117 for Fennick in the Porsche, with Peter Craig in the 49 Porsche on the 8 seconds slower, but again, just 1 lap in the books as these times will begin to settle in as we get second lap times already in the timing charts. Fennick still hanging on to that top spot, a 2:15.117. Peter Craig getting a little closer now, about 4.5 seconds back in the number 49 Porsche. Fennick and Craig, the only 2 GTS2 cars in the field. 7 cars in American Iron, with Carson Waymeyer in the 711 leading Patrick Waymeyer by just about 0.3 of a second. So the 711 and the 95 doing a good battle for the pole in American Iron. Carmine Pace in the 11 in the 3rd spot. Marcus Rodriguez, Cameron Graysberry, and Eduardo Rodriguez rounding out the American Iron field. A single GTS3 car is Pasarella, and Tom has not the time, so I don't think he came out for this session. Gino Angela, the only Spec Miata in the field, in the number 23. Looks like the ST5 cars have been moved into this group as well. Carlos Mendez in the 14 is quickest over Curtis Buxton in the 21. Roberto Moreno rounding out the top 3 in ST5. In the Thunder Roadsters, John Fippin atop the charts in the number 47, with Alex Walensky in the 314 second. About a second and 0.2 separating those two. Glenn Shatman rounding out the top 3 in the number 340. Attention in the paddock. This is second call to the grid for HPDE 3. Second call, your 10-minute warning for HPDE 3. Second call to the grid, please. Bill Fennick resets fast lap of the race on his third, or fast lap of the session, excuse me, on his third circuit, a 2:13.4, as he stretches his advantage over Peter Craig to almost 6 seconds. In American Iron, Patrick and Carson Waymeyer continue their battle, only a quarter of a second separating those two, so that's going to be a dandy battle once the green flag flies this afternoon. Carmine Pace third in the American Irons, another 2.5 seconds further back. Great battle in Thunder Roadster as well between John Spain in the 47 and Glenn Shatman in the 340. Only 0.3 of a second separating those two. Spain's time a 2:27.329. Shatman at a 2:27.713. So that's shaping up to be one to watch as well. Alex Walensky third amongst the Thunder Roadsters. Bruce Byerly has taken over the top spot in American Iron in the 77. He was among the front runners in the Enduro yesterday, had a dandy battle with Patrick Waymeyer as those two were locked together for much of that race. It eventually separated as the race wore on, but Byerly quickest here with a 2:22.624 on his fourth racing lap. Patrick Waymeyer now about 1 7 seconds behind him. We'll see if Waymeyer can improve as he comes across the line to complete his fourth lap, as Carson Waymeyer right behind him in the third spot. At the front of the field, Bill Fennick and Peter Craig continue their battle for the DTS2 honors as the quickest cars here, and Craig eating into that advantage that Bill Fennick built up. It's now down to about 4 seconds separating those two. In ST5, the 14 of Carlos Mendez, showing his heels to Curtis Buxton in the 21, who takes over the second spot. Only about 3/4 of a second between those two, so that's shaping up to be a good battle for the 35-minute race coming up this afternoon. Roberto Moreno in third spot now, some 6 seconds behind those two. Curtis Buxton in the 2:10 with Mendez in the 14. Thunder Roadsters shaping up to be a great one. John Spain in the 47 and Glenn Shatman in the 340. Separated by only 0.3 of a second, and Alex Walensky less than a second further back in the 314. Scott Hawking another second off that pace in the 4th spot. Steve Miklos rounding out the top 5 in Thunder Roadsters. And attention in the paddock. This is third and final call for HPDE 3. Third and final call, HPDE 3. This is your final call to the grid. Closest class battle is for Thunder Roadster. Again, just 0.3 of a second separating the top two. Second closest is SD5 with Carlos Mendez in the 114 and Chris Buxton in the 210. Only 3/4 of a second between those two. In American Iron, Bruce Byerly and Patrick Waymeyer in about 1 3/4 seconds. Waymeyer in the pits right now. Carson Waymeyer is still out there circulating, just about 0.3 behind Patrick. These Lightning drivers will have their first race at 2:40 this afternoon. A little drafting going on between a couple of the Thunder Roadsters, 3 of them now coming on to the front straightaway. And there's the checkered flag as this session already down. The 47 of Spain continues to be the quickest, with Glenn Shatman and Alex Walensky right behind. That's shaping up to be a great battle. Half a second now separating Spain from Shatman. Alex Walensky another second further back in third. Scott Hocking in the 4th spot. We'll wait for the last of the cars to come by, and then we'll give you a class rundown for each of these competitors. But at the moment, Bill Fennick and Peter Craig at the front of the field in GTS2. About 4 seconds between the two of them. Fennick in the pits already as Craig still out circulating. We'll see if he can come up with a flyer here on his final trip across the line. In ST5, Carlos Mendez continues to show the provisional pole as he is in the pits with a 3/4 of a second advantage over Curtis Buxton in the 210. Roberto Moreno a further 6 seconds back in the 29. Daniel Wellens in the 31 and William Rivera in the 750, rounding out that 5-car field. In Thunder Roadster, John Spain with a 2:26.383 atop the class. Glenn Shatman in the 340, just a half a second back in second. Alex Walensky in the 314, another second back in third. Scott Hocking in the 274, Steve Miklos and Rodney Poland rounding out the 6-car field in Thunder Roadster. And finally in American Iron, Bruce Byerly in the 77, setting the pace at a 2:22.624. Patrick Waymeyer in the 95, about a second and 3/4 back. Carson Waymeyer only a 1/3 of a second behind in third spot. Carmine Pace in the 11, Marcos Rodriguez in the 170, Cameron Graysbury in the 99, and Eduardo Rodriguez in the 7. Round out the 7-car field in American Iron. Dino Angela, the only Miata in the field. And I think that we've already covered everybody else except ST5. Carlos Mendez takes the provisional pole at in the 114 at a 2:29.943. Curtis Buxton in the 210, about 3/4 of a second further back. Sounds like everybody has seen the checkers, so that will set the grid, or provisionally at least, set the grid for our first race for the Lightning Race Group. Again, we'll join you again on DriversEye Live at 2:40 this afternoon for Lightning Race Group race number 1. They'll be back on track as our final race group of the day, coming up at 4:30 this afternoon as well. The Thunder Race Group, their first race at 1:25, with their second race of the day at 3:35 this afternoon. And we'll be with you for all of that on DriversEye Live. Once again, that URL is youtube.com/@DriversEye Live. Thanks to Brandon Kesmerick and Jordan Worth, I'm John Fippin. We'll see you coming up for the first race for the Thunders at 1:25 this afternoon. Have a great morning. Welcome to Sebring International Raceway as we're in the thick of it for the 2025 WinterFest under the sanction of NASA. And this is our first race of the day for Thunder, Super Unlimited, and Super Touring 1 through 3. Looks like we've got 26 cars coming out. I'll introduce them to you. Starting outside of row 13, the 63 of Stephen Bright in his Nissan 350Z. Francis Florido in the Porsche number 48 alongside. In row 12 is car 6. That's Cody Powell. Next to him, the 223 of Paul Buchanan. In row 11 on the outside is Blake Buchanan in the number 146 and the 412 of Hamish Miller. In row 10, car 42, Langdon Morrison alongside the 01 of Rocket Horton. In row 9, car 67 is Robert Garcia next to the 36 of Isaac Richter. In row 8, car 47, Justin Levine and the number 24 of Derek Carter. In row 7, car 22, Stephen Dawes and the number 15 of Mike Roblin. In row 6, car number 25 is Martin Bruhat and the number 99 of Mike D'Ambrose. In row 5 on the outside, car 35, Andy Lowe and the number 12 of Dmitry Golikov. In row 4 is car 21, Benjamin Glenn and the 32 of John DeAngelis. In row 3 is the 85 of Miles Kraut, who had a problem in qualifying. We'll see if he'll be able to make it into the field. Next to him would be the 327 of Andrew Bichet. In row 2 on the outside, car 19 is David Albin and the number 8 of Scott Wagner. And on the front row, the outside pole is the 63 of Jim Booth, and on the pole, the number 111 of Louis Schreiber in his Radical SR10. As the prototypes will, or the SU cars, the vast majority of which are prototypes, will go in the first wave and the rest of the field in the second wave. There'll just be a single pace car, but a two-wave start, self-split, as the field making its way through turn 13, making the southward run down toward Bishop and Lamar as they head for turn 16, leading on to the Allman Straight. This is a 35-minute race. Many of these drivers competed in the enduro yesterday, a 90-minute enduro at the end of the day with some exciting racing. Looking forward to more of the same in this sprint race. The first of 2 today for these drivers. Their second race, number 2, will kick off at 3:35, and we'll be with you on DriversEye Live with coverage with that as well. Pace car in turn 16 just now as the field now bending it onto the Allman Straight. And about halfway down, they'll begin to form up 2 by 2. And we'll get ready for the start. Lights are out on the pace car, indicating that we are about ready to go racing. At least that's the instruction from race control. As the second wave, the vanguard of the second wave, just now coming into view. As this nice long shot down the Allman Straight from the outside of turn 17 brings us to the final turn on this 3.6 mile racetrack. Safety car accelerates away from the field, turning it over to Louis Schreiber and Jim Booth. As the prototype's nicely formed up, and you can see the tin tops just now coming toward turn 17. The starter is seeing the cars just now as they come under the WeatherTech bridge and approach the start-finish line. Thunder race number 1 is underway as the green flag flies. 3 abreast as they come across the line and head down toward turn number 1. Booth, Schreiber, and Scott Wagner side by side. And then here comes the second wave as we stay with the prototypes, working their way out of turn 1. The little kink at 2 and then into turn 3. And here comes the second wave, led by the Porsches, as they head down toward turn number 1 as well, under the mobile bridge. Working their way through turn number 1 into 2. Meanwhile, the prototypes already heading down toward the hairpin turn. The bobbing and weaving here as these drivers looking for some space. Andy Lowe in that 35 car is kind of out of place. And that Radical SR3 had a problem in qualifying, and I'm guessing he's hoping to move his way up the field here. We'll see how that shakes out as this 35-minute race wears on. Everybody now single file as they're working their way. As we've got a spinner right on camera here at turn 10. That car is going to have to roll over the curbing and into the grass to get back pointed the right direction. And he's going to come out on track right in front of the two Porsches. But he's back underway, so he's got some ground to make up. We'll sort him out as they come across the line with Jim Booth, Louis Schreiber, and Scott Wagner among the front runners. Oh, and he's getting a replay of that spin. There we go. Oh, that's a new spin. Sorry, I thought we had a replay. My bad. As with, I don't know if it was the same driver or not, but we have a pair of spins here. And that is the number 8 car. He had a problem in the Enduro yesterday as well. Scott Wagner in his Radical. So Scott with cold tires or perhaps some other issue having to deal with it. But the first lap is now complete. Louis Schreiber is your leader. David Albin in the 19 is second by about 3 seconds. Miles Kraut, a great move up into third spot. Kraut in that number 86. Again, had a problem in qualifying as the car rolled to a stop during the qualifying session, but he's obviously gotten it together and has moved all the way up into third spot. John DeAngelis in fourth. Goliakov and Altman, your top 6. Andrew Bichet in the 327 Super Unlimited car, the tail end of the first wave. Derek Carter in the 24 Ford GT500, back in 14th spot. Rocket Horton in the 01 in 15th. Down into the hairpin. There you can see that red Ford of Derek Carter in the 24, down into turn 7. Ford GT500. Easy to spot there of Derek Carter. That yellow Corvette we saw in the Enduro yesterday of Isaac Richter, did a great job. And he's right at the tail end of this gaggle of cars as we'll sort them out as they come back into our view. Louis Schreiber extending his lead up to almost 4 seconds now. Derek Carter in that 24, currently running 15th. Mike Roblin just in front of him in the Porsche. Number 15 is just at the sharp edge of that second wave. Here they come to the line. The 01 of Rocket Horton in his Porsche. Side by side with the GT500 of Derek Carter. Scott Wagner in that number 8, working his way back forward up to 24th position as he's right at the tail end of the prototype wave after his 2 spins on the same lap. But looks like the Carter Ford doing a good job staying in front of Rocket Horton in his Porsche. Field working its way through turn 9 and 10. Now 10 and 11. As though we got a car going wide right at the exit of turn 10, the Collier corner, but gets it gathered up and is back underway. Here comes that battle we've been watching, and the 08 working his way back forward is going to get around Carter's Ford and try to give chase to the prototypes that are gradually getting away at the front. Louis Schreiber still our leader. David Albin now up into second spot. Miles Kraut in third. Drew Altman in the 11, who was the winner of the Enduro yesterday in that green number 11, in fourth position, and he sets fast lap of the race at a 2:07.871. He's about 2 seconds behind Miles Kraut, so we'll see how Altman can do, as he's definitely shown he had the pace prior to the pit stops in yesterday's Enduro. He had almost a minute lead over the rest of the field, so he is definitely one of the quickest cars here this weekend. Watching that battle with Altman. Miles Kraut just in front of him. You can see Kraut in the Wolf GP08. This is the battle for third position, but Altman in that green Radical, the quickest car on track on the last lap. But looks like Kraut gets a good run through turn 13 and is able to stretch his advantage just a bit. Into Bishop now, turn 14. Is this battle just off the top three, or the top two, I should say. Kraut running in third, Altman in fourth. Make their way onto the Altman straight. And they're about to catch up to the back of the field, as the two prototypes out in front, Louis Schreiber and David Albin, have opened up almost a 9-second lead over Miles Kraut. There he goes. Altman trying to make that pass. Oh, we got a big cloud of smoke from the drifters who are going on the skid pad just adjacent to our racetrack. Drift USA competing here this weekend. This battle for third continues to be one of the best on the racetrack, and then a big gap behind him to John DeAngelis in the 32. DeAngelis about 6 seconds behind this Altman-Kraut battle, as we're about 9 minutes into this 35-minute race. Catching up to the back of the pack, and that little bit of traffic unfortunately caught Kraut out, and Altman looks like he was able to take advantage, and he did. He used that traffic as a pick. Kraut got caught on the wrong side of the racetrack and got stuck behind the slower car that's just going a lap down. I believe that's the 90. Just going a lap down. We'll check that. Yeah, now Altman, with free track in front of him, is laying down another fast lap as he lowered the best lap time to a 2:07.8. So we know he's fast and didn't get the qualifying performance that he had hoped for. So he started a little deeper in the pack. That's the Nissan 350Z of Stephen Bright, the 63, excuse me, I misidentified that. Stephen Bright, who's just gone a lap down to the leaders. Understand a little trouble between Rocket Horton and the 8 car of Scott Wagner. Wagner, if you remember, had a couple spins on the first lap. There's Wagner and Rocket Horton right behind him. And then right behind him is the Ford GT500 of Derek Carter. So the 8 of Wagner working his way back forward after his spins on the first lap, getting tangled up with the Porsche of Rocket Horton, but apparently no harm, no foul. That's what's being reported by the corner workers, but great side-by-side battling just behind them. It's Justin Levine in the 47. With his hands full of racer. In fact, that's the closest battle on the racetrack, as those cars are all running in a bunch. Horton out in front of that group. Then Carter. And another of the prototypes, Justin Levine in the 47. As this battle makes its way down the long back straightaway, down toward turn 17. There's Rocket Horton coming by, then the 47 of Justin Levine. Derek Carter just behind him in the Ford. Stephen Dawes in the 22. The Elan DPO2 is the car stuck in the middle of that group. You can see him there just behind the red Ford GT500. And behind Dawes, Mike Roebland with Peter Craig. And Isaac Richter in the yellow Corvette. Working their way through turn 5. They then duck under the bridge and Corvette bridge, and then into the big sweeping right-hander known as Big Bend, which draws them right down under the Advent Health walkover bridge. As one of the cars diving down to the inside there, looking to make a pass into the hairpin. Getting to stretch it out just a little bit. Schreiber comes by to complete race lap number 6 with Drew Altman up to second now. Still the fastest car on the racetrack. His last lap was a 2:07.89, and his fastest lap a 2:07.87. He's 11 seconds behind Louis Schreiber. But Drew Altman in that green Radical is laying down the lap times. Lapping about, looking at my sundial here, just about 0.3 of a second quicker than Schreiber. So it's going to require more pace than that to run down the leader. As again, Altman starting deep in the pack has had to work his way forward. Miles Kraut in the Thunder Roadster right behind him. And one of the lapped cars, the orange BMW. As the field kind of settling in now. As we have a look at the class standings, the Super Unlimited class, the largest class in this race group by far. Schreiber, Altman, and Kraut, your top 3, of course. And then at BTS2, 2 of the German Touring Series drivers. Bill Fennick in the number 15, currently the leader, with Peter Craig in the 49, running second in GTS2. In ST1, Andrew Bichet is your leader in the 327. Rocket Horton in that Porsche is second, with Justin Levine running third in the 47 car. In ST2, Mike Roebland, your leader, in the number 15 Porsche GT3 Cup. Running second in ST2 is the 67 of Robert Garza in his Audi R8 LMS. Isaac Richter right there in the Corvette with Garza right behind him. In ST3, Blake, oh, we got a car going a little bit wide, kicking up a cloud of dust here at turn 13. But everyone has been able to continue. Finally in ST3, Blake Buchanan in the 146 with a 15-second lead over Beck Buchanan. Running in second spot in the 133, Cody Powell in the 6 car is your third place runner in his Mazda Miata. Great Porsche battle now coming through the front of the field. That's Rocket Horton and Andrew Bichet, I believe. Actually, Justin Levine making the pass on Rocket Horton. So Levine now up into that position in the 47 car, Rocket in the 01. Then Derek Carter in the Ford. That's Isaac Richter being shown next in the order, but he's some 6 seconds up the road. Peter Craig in the 49 is that blue machine just behind Derek Carter. Mike Roblin just behind him. There goes Craig down to the inside of Derek Carter, looking to make that pass into the hairpin. Meanwhile, this battle for second amongst the tin tops between Horton and Levine continues to be a good one. Peter Craig in the 49 jumps up. Oh, and Craig goes, it pulls off, looks like, with a problem. As he is pulled off track, I don't know if he missed a gear. Looks like the car is still running. Now he's back underway. I'm not sure what just happened, as it looked like he just pulled off driver's right and then got it gathered up and has continued. Robert Garza in the Audi behind Isaac Richter. David Albin just set the fast lap of the race in the 19 car. So Albin has been gradually faster and faster. He had one very long lap, falling all the way back. He clearly had a spin or some kind because he dropped all the way back to 14th position. He's now working his way forward as he started in the top 2. So one of the faster cars here finds himself mired in traffic, but he has the fastest lap of the race at a 2:06.453 from now 21st position. We understand the 21 car of Benjamin Glenn in his Wolf has retired into the paddock. Glenn was running 15th at the time. Louis Schreiber continues to dominate at the front with a 13-second advantage over Drew Aldman. And now Schreiber has dipped into the 207s and is lapping quicker than Aldman. Miles Kraut in the number 86. Wolf, another 9 seconds back. And then John DeAngelis in the 32. Some 20 seconds behind them. So at the front of the field, we are really spread out. Andrew Bichet in the 327. Next in the order, and he's another 15, almost 20 seconds behind. Dmitry Goliakov about 5 seconds behind Bichet. Martin Bruhat another 3 seconds behind him. Andy Lowe, as this field pretty much spread out. Meanwhile, the 8 of Scott Wagner continues to pick his way forward after those early spins. He just moved around Mike D'Ambrose, so Wagner up into 10th spot now in that number 8. White flag is in the air as we've got one more lap to go. No challenge at the front as the field well spread out behind Louis Schreiber. Drew Altman continues to work his way through slower traffic as we're waiting for John DeAngelis to come across the line in the number 32 to see the white flag in his Elan DO2. There he is, just now across the stripe. Louis Schreiber in turn 15 right now, about to make the run down the Almond Straight toward the checkered flag. As the 11 Altman gives chase, but he's some 10 seconds back. Altman with his hands full, getting by the Audi R8 of Robert Garza. Checkered flag in the hand of the starter as the leader comes onto the front straightaway. There it is, Louis Schreiber, no challenge whatsoever as he takes the win. First car a lap down is Derek Carter in 16th position, so 15 cars remain on the lead lap, and the fastest of them is 15. That's David Albin, who got by just in front of the winner, so he'll be working his way forward. Drew Altman takes second place honors as he has seen the checkers. Miles Kraut also across the line in third in the 86 car. We're waiting on the fourth place runner, John DeAngelis, in the 32 car. As a couple cars going side by side, getting a little wide coming onto the front straightaway. There is DeAngelis. Right behind him, Andrew Bichet in the 327. Dmitry Golyakov should be next across the line in the 12 car. The 63 of Jim Booth, a lap down across just in front of him. There's Bichet and Bruhat making it across the line, about 4 seconds between the two of them. Golikov has also crossed in 7th position. Scott Wagner recovered for an 8th place finish. Andy Lowe in 9th, and Bill Frenick rounding out the top 10. Just a quick recap of our class winners for each of the classes here. In Super Touring Under, Louis Schreiber, your winner. Drew Altman in 2nd. Miles Kraut takes the final step on the podium. In GTS 2, Bill Frenick with the win in the 15 car over Peter Craig in the 49. In ST1, Andrew Bichet taking the win in the 327. Justin Levine in the 47 taking second place honors. Rocket Horton in the 01 finishing in 3rd. In ST2, Mike Roblin with the win in the number 15 Porsche. with Robert Garza in the 67. Audi R8 finishing second. In ST3, Blake Buchanan in the 146 takes the honors with Beck Buchanan right behind. That was a close finish, only a second separating those two. At the stripe, Cody Powell takes the final step on the podium. So the first of our Thunder race groups into the record books. We've got one more of those coming up later this afternoon and a couple more tomorrow. So we'll be back with you at 3:35 for the Thunder race group race number 2. But in between that, we'll see you at 2:40 as the Lightning race group, which is the American Iron Thunder Roadsters German Touring Series, Super Touring 5, and Spec Miatas. They'll take the green flag at 2:40. And again, that will be on DriversEye Live. Urge you to check out youtube.com/@DriversEye Live for the live stream. And on behalf of Brandon Kazmarek and Jordan Worth, thanks for being with us. I'm John Fippin. Until then, bye. Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway as we are getting ready for the first race of the weekend for the Lightning Race Group. American Iron Thunder Roadsters, one of the GTS classes, some Spec Miatas, and some Super Touring cars. We've got 21 cars in the starting grid. Let's run them down for you. Starting alone in that 11th row is the number 89 of Tom Panzarella in his VW Jetta. He did not turn a time in qualifying, so we'll see if he's able to make it into the field. In row 10 on the outside is the 750 of William Rivera. Next to him, the 23 of Gino Angela in a Mazda Miata. An unknown car in the 9th row is the number 11 car. We don't have a driver name on that yet. Next to him is the 31 of Daniel Wellens, another of the Miatas. In row 8 is car number 29, Roberto Moreno in his Miata, and the number 515 of Rodney Poland in a Thunder Roadster. In row 7 on the outside is the 51 of Steve Miklos in a Thunder Roadster, and the 210 of Curtis Buxton in a BMW 328i. In row 6, car number 114, Carlos Mendez in a BMW 330i, and the 274 of Scott Hawking in a Thunder Roadster. In row 5 is the number 70 of Eduardo Rodriguez in one of the American Iron Ford Mustangs. Alongside is the 314 of Alex Walensky in a Thunder Roadster. In row 4, car number 99, Cameron Graysbury in a Ford Mustang, American Iron car, and the 170 of Marcos Rodriguez in another American Iron machine. In row 3, the 340 of Glenn Shatman in a Thunder Roadster, and the 11 of Carmine Pace in a Ford Mustang from the American Iron stable. In row 2, the 47 of John Spain in a Thunder Roadster, and the 71 of Carson Waymeyer in an American Iron Ford Mustang. And on the front row, car number 95, Patrick Waymeyer in an American Iron car, and the number 77 of Bruce Byerly is your pole sitter. He is in an American Iron Ford Mustang. Byerly and Waymeyer had a nice battle in the enduro race yesterday, so looking for more of the same today as these drivers working their way around the field behind the safety car. You can see the two Mustangs, one a much newer, the pole sitter car, a much newer generation, the Waymeyer car on the outside, a slightly older Mustang, but they both fit to the American Iron specification for NASA. My name's John Fippin, being assisted here this weekend by Brendan Kasmerick and Jordan Worth. Perhaps the other way around, Brendan and Jordan doing all the work. I'm just the guy flapping his gums here, so hopefully we'll be able to keep everybody up to speed. We've had some issues with timing and scoring in our last race, actually, as the winner did not trip the timing lights and was so far ahead that we mistook that as an indication that he had spun somewhere out on field because he had a 4-minute lap, which basically indicated that he just, his transponder failed to trip timing. But that got corrected, and we'll introduce him correctly in the next race coming up a little later this afternoon. But the field nicely formed up coming down into turn 17 as we are getting ready to start a pair of American Iron Mustangs at the front of the field. Byerly in the 77, Waymeyer alongside. The green flag flies as they accelerate to the line. 3 abreast for second position as the 11 of Carmine Pace right in there in the thick of that battle. Steaming up the inside is another of the Mustangs as we have a second wave now for the Thunder Roadsters as they're all in the second wave, and now we have a third wave coming of the Super Touring cars. A GTS 3 thrown in just for fun. Francis Florido in that blue Porsche 911 RSR, as well as Tom Panzarella in the 89 VW Jetta, we believe. Yeah, there's Panzarella, so he did make it into the field. As the third wave making its way through turn number 3. Big brake lock up there coming into the hairpin on cold tires. As our lead trio getting the job done, the red Mustang of Carson Waymeyer up into the point. As this first wave of cars, all from American Iron, our largest class in this grouping, working their way through turn 13 and making the southbound run down toward the head of the Allman Straight. They bended through Bishop at turn 14, heading down toward the Le Mans sequence, turns 15 and 16, that quick chicane. Cars in that right now. They start getting away as our pole sitter has dropped back to third now. Byerly still getting things up to temperature. The Thunder Roadsters in wave number 2 all bunched together. Like the 47 is the car at the point, John Spain. He's been quick all weekend long in that car. And Francis Florido in that blue Porsche leading the third wave of the GTS and Spec Miata, or Super Touring, excuse me, and the Spec Miatas working their way through. Carson Waymeyer is your leader at the end of the first lap. Patrick Waymeyer now up to second. Bruce Byerly shuffled back to third. Carmine Pace in the number 11 in the fourth spot. The Rodriguez family next in the order. Marcos in the 170, Eduardo in the 70 in sixth. That battle right there. Pace, Rodriguez, and Graysbury. Cameron Graysbury in that 99 Ford Mustang. Here they go through the turn number 7. Carson Waymeyer out in front of Patrick. Good side-by-side racing just behind. And the Thunder Roadsters, John Spain and Glenn Shatman running 8th and 9th in the overall order. Alex Walensky and Scott Hawking rounding out the Thunder Roadster field, but the top 3 pretty much breaking away. Spain, Shatman, and Walensky as your top 3. Spain drifting that Thunder Roadster expertly through turn 11. As behind them, dropping back just a little bit more, Scott Hawking, Rodney Poland, Steve Miklos. At the tail end of that Thunder Roadster wave. There's the 70 of Eduardo Rodriguez at the tail end of the American Irons. They make it onto the Allman straightaway. And the Thunder Roadsters, nice 3-way battle at the front of their class. Side by side there as Byerly trying to recover some lost ground. As Carson Waymeyer trying to get away at the front. Patrick Waymeyer and Bruce Byerly go side by side coming onto the front straightaway. Carson across the line. That's just about a dead heat for second spot. As those two literally 2 100ths of a second apart. As Byerly stuffs it down to the inside at turn 1. Let's see if he can hang on to that second spot. So far it looks like he has. But Carson Waymeyer in the red Mustang out in front, but here comes Patrick Waymeyer back around Bruce Byerly. As that Fox Body Mustang has a little more grunt coming off the corner, it looks like. So the Waymeyers now running first and second. Carmine Price in the number 11 black Mustang in the 4th spot, just about 5 seconds behind those 3. Great battle for second. Byerly and Patrick Waymeyer going after it. Patrick in front of those 2 at the moment. Really interesting to see the ebb and flow of this battle as these cars seem to have strengths at different parts of the racetrack. Carson jumped out to almost a 2-second lead on the first lap, and it appears to me that that's shrinking as Patrick Waymeyer and Bruce Byerly gradually gathering him up. There's Pace and then Grisberry in the 99 in the distance as they work their way through turn 13. Making it through the Bishop Bend. We'll see if Byerly, maybe with a little more top end speed, because on the last lap he was pretty much in this position as they came onto the Almond Straight. But by the time they got down to turn 17, Byerly was around and they were literally in a dead heat as they came across the line. Grisenberry's got his hands full, or Carmine Pace has his hands full as Cameron Grisenberry closing in. There's Byerly once again trying to go around the outside of Patrick Waymeyer, and it's now a 3-car battle as Carson getting a good jump at the beginning of this race, but now the 2 behind him have caught up, and it's nose to tail as they head down toward turn number 1. Patrick Waymeyer guarding that inside line as they dive down into the first turn. Byerly going to try to take advantage, maybe get a little better exit speed. They've already caught the back of the pack. I think that's the Jetta that they're catching. Just about to go a lap down. But good stuff at the front here. Carson, then Patrick Waymeyer with Byerly in third. Byerly once again down into the hairpin trying to get a nose underneath Patrick Waymeyer, but not able to find a way through. Carson with a little more breathing room now. They exit turn 10. This is turn 10, my bad. The intramural battle between the Waymeyers. Carson getting it all wrong there through Collier, and that's opened the door for Patrick to try to make a move to the front. And Patrick's gotten the job done as Carson Waymeyer, after jumping out to a big early lead, now fading just a little bit, and here comes Byerly trying to go alongside at the exit of 13 as they make the run down toward Bishop. And Patrick Waymeyer beginning to stretch his legs now in that white number 95 Mustang as he's opened up a bit of a lead over Carson, with Byerly right there to pounce. Carmine Pace in that black number 11, and then a lapped car. Grisberry in the 99, Marco Rodriguez in the 170, Eduardo in the 70, and then this wonderful battle for Thunder Roadsters with John Spain back in the lead of that one. Len Shatman up to second in Thunder Roadsters. Alex Walensky back to third. Here come the Roadsters side by side in the braking zone for turn 17. As those three have really put the legs on the rest of the field. Still side by side as they come under the WeatherTech Bridge and make their way toward the stripe. Still a good side-by-side battle for the lead. Spain and Shatman. Shatman now with the nose ahead. But Spain is right there as they come into turn number 3. Spain does the over-under maneuver, ducks down to the inside at the apex of turn 3. See if he can hang on to it. Yep, looks like he has. So Shatman now back to second in that class. Alex Walensky in the 314 right there behind him. As the Thunder Roadsters running in a tight trio. Chapman, Spain, and Walensky. They've got the slower car of that Jetta of Tom Panzarella just in front of them. And Panzarella going wide through turn 10 and 11 to give them racing room. Getting word from race control. You can hear the radio in the background. They're keeping an eye on the 170 of Marcos Rodriguez for perhaps a little smoke. So they're keeping a close eye on that. If it deems that he might be dumping, they will ask him to come into the pits. But this Thunder Roadster battle's a good one, as that lead has swapped a couple times on the same lap between Spain and Chapman. Spain still with the advantage, Chapman in second. But now a side-by-side battle for the lead. Byerly resurgent now as he got around Carson Waymeyer, who was the early leader, if you'll remember, in that 71 car, the red one. Now Byerly showing his pace. Carson Waymeyer, your new leader. Bruce Byerly in second, Patrick Waymeyer in third. They're not getting away. They've got a slower car in front of them that they're going to be catching here momentarily. Side by side down into turn 3. Carson Waymeyer takes that spot over one more time. Same story with the Thunder Roadsters, side by side through turn 1. Their battle continues. Great racing between these two classes here. As the American Irons out in front. It's still Spain and Chapman. Absolutely nothing in it in that battle. The 70 had Eduardo Rodriguez there in front of them. That time Spain got a little squirrely coming through turn 5. It's going to cost him some momentum. As this battle heads down toward the hairpin turn. Side by side again between Chapman and Spain. Alex Walensky right there with the orange highlights on that, number 314. Now they string through single file. It is Spain, Chapman, and Walensky in that order. Right out to the edge of the racetrack as they clip the apex at turn 11. Meanwhile, at the front, Carson Waymeyer hanging on to that top spot, but pretty much equally spaced now are those three. Carson Waymeyer, Bruce Byerly, and Patrick Waymeyer battling for the top 3 positions and the lead in the American Iron class. Meanwhile, this Thunder Roadster battle is a dandy. This is going on 8th, 9th, and 10th in the overall order, as the top 7 all from the American Iron class. And they've got some traffic in front of them as they come through almost 3 abreast through turn 17. Heading toward the stripe. Carson Waymeyer given the lead by 0.2 of a second at the line. But Bruce Byerly a little later on the brakes in turn 1. Looks like he's got a nose ahead. Let's see if Carson can answer. But Patrick is right there as well. If there was enough track room, they'd go 3 wide to turn number 3. That is just fantastic racing between these drivers. They're quickly catching up to the very back of the field with some of the ST5 cars as Patrick Waymeyer gets a little squirrely, does a tank slapper, but he's able to catch it. It's going to cost him just a little bit of momentum as a couple of the Miatas about to be swallowed up by these overall leaders. They're in a great race of their own as well. Carson once again back to the front with Byerly in second. Patrick Waymeyer, after that little tank slapper coming through turn 3, has dropped back a few car lengths behind this 2-way battle. The Spec Miata's pulling aside to allow this battle through. And now the Thunder Roadster battle comes into play with Spain, Shatman, and Walensky in that order, equally spaced nose to tail. Checking their lap times, Spain's last lap was a 27.8, and Eduardo Rodriguez at the tail end of the American Iron was at a 27.2, so he's just enough faster that the Thunder Roadsters aren't closing down that interval, but they're in a class battle of their own. But yeah, now the trouble for Patrick Waymeyer is he is off the pace and pulling off the track. So I think that little problem he had in turn 3 a lap ago may have been indicative of an issue as he's had to retire, pulling off at turn 14. John Spain able to open up just a little bit of an advantage, but here's the lead battle. Byerly back in front as they exit turn 17, but it looks like Carson Waymeyer with good momentum coming off that turn, literally a dead heat at the line. Look at this. 4 1/1000ths of a second separates these two. Carson Waymeyer a little later on the brakes into turn 1. Oh, and we've got an engine expiring coming off of turn 17. A big cloud of smoke as we've got a car slowly coming to a stop right under the footbridge there at the exit of turn 17. I'm sure they'll be showing debris flags at the 17 flag station to indicate there might be some fluid down on the racetrack. Meanwhile, the lead battle continues. It could not be any closer. And it sounds like they're going to bring out the safety car. That's a shame. It'll neutralize this race, which has been one of the best of the weekend so far. Bruce Byerly and Carson Waymeyer nose to tail, and then side by side as they cross the line. Carson Waymeyer with the fastest lap of the race at a 2:24.9. The field now beginning to bunch up as they'll be collected by the safety car. Carson now back in front of Bruce. So Waymeyer at the point, Byerly in second. Carmine Pace in the number 11, the black Mustang, sort of a distant third right now. As John Spain has gotten around Eduardo Rodriguez to move up into 5th in the overall. Glenn Shatman and Alex Walensky, 2nd and 3rd. There's the 95 of the erstwhile leader. Patrick Waymeyer limping around to get back to the paddock as the pace now slowing down under the double yellow flags. A couple lapped cars in between our leaders just for a little added spice. This is a race window of 35 minutes, which is from the drop of the green, or basically from the cars exiting the grid until the field is back into the field. So it translates to about 25 to 30 minutes of actual race time. We're going to have to slow it down here. As you can see, the safety vehicle's already on the scene of the car that dropped out at the back. Cody Powell did not take the start, so we think it might be William Rivera. We'll double check that as everybody comes by to click timing and scoring. Actually, it's one of the Mustangs, we understand. So it may be Marcos Rodriguez in the 170 is the car that's off there at turn 17. But the safety car has picked up the field. Everybody's stacking up behind. Let's do a quick class recap for you. At the front are the American Iron cars. Carson Waymeyer in front of Bruce Byerly with Carmine Pace in the final podium position. In GTS3, Francis Florido is the leader in that blue Porsche. Tom Panzarella in the 89 VW Jetta, who's already a lap down, second in GTS3. In Spec Miata, Cole Lucas is the leader in the 11. That was the unknown number 11 that we finally figured out. Gino Angela in the number 23 running second. A single ST3 car is Cody Powell, but he did not take the start. In ST5, it's Curtis Buxton as your leader in the number 210 BMW 328. Roberto Moreno in the 29 BMW 325i, and Carlos Mendez in the 114 BMW 330i are your top three. And then in Thunder Roadster, the battle we've been watching, John Spain, your leader over now Glenn Shatman and Alex Walensky. They're battling for second and third. As the field streams through turns 10 and 11 behind the safety car. Carson Waymeyer and Bruce Byerly with a great battle at the front. Carson with the lead as they came across the line, and I don't know if he'll be able to, meaning Byerly will have the opportunity to battle for that win if we could get back to racing before the time expires here. The window for this race closes at 3:15, which is about 5 minutes from now. So I have a feeling we may not see this one get restarted. Field in turn 14 now as they're working their way down toward the Le Mans sequence onto the Ullman Straight. Fastest lap of the race by Carson Waymeyer at a 2:24.995. Just a whisker faster than Bruce Byerly. His best lap, a 2:25.404. Patrick Waymeyer in the 95, a 2:25.171 was his best lap prior to that car expiring on him. As the field making its way down the back straightaway. No yellow still being shown all the way around the racetrack. Got it. So they're going to bring the field into, they're not going to be able to restart it, so they're going to bring the field into the pit lane. And the checkered flag will be shown at start-finish as the safety crew is still recovering the oil that was deposited by the 170 of Rodriguez when it expired. So that's how they're going to finish. Great battle at the front of this one. Carson Waymeyer taking the win in the number 71. Bruce Byerly in second in the 77. Carmine Pace takes third place honors in the number 11. 99 of Cameron Grinsbury brings his Mustang across the stripe in fourth. Then the first of the Thunder Roadsters, John Spain, up to fifth in the overall, as he was able to pick up some ground just before the yellow flag came out, as he was in a three-way battle with Glenn Chapman and Alex Walensky all race long. Eduardo Rodriguez, the last of the American Iron cars still running, comes home in the sixth position. So with that, we'll back away as we've got two more races to go this afternoon. We'll be back with you at 3:35 for race number 2 for the Thunder race group with the prototypes and the Super Unlimited ST 1 through 3. And then the Lightning race group, this race group will be back for their final of the day at 4:30 this afternoon. And we'll tune it up for 4 more races tomorrow, as we're going to get 2 more races for each of these race groups. As the starter trying to encourage all the team to make its way into the pit lane, Florido did not get the message. Francis Florido in the number 48 Porsche did not make the tip into the pit lane, so he is going to have to go all the way around one more time and have a chat with the stewards at the end of the day, I'm quite sure. Thanks again to Brandon Kesmerick and Jordan Worth for the great pictures. I'm John Fippin for the description. We'll be back with you in just a little bit for Thunder Race Group number 2 at 3:35. Have a great one. We're having fun in Sebring. We're here at Sebring International Raceway. This is the final race of the day for the Thunder Race Group, as they had an exciting race earlier today. We'd like to make one correction. The winner was David Albin in the number 19 due to a timing and scoring error. He was well down the order, but he was so far out in front. The fact that his transponder did not trip the timing line at an early lap of the race, he was well back in the order, but we all got it all sorted out, and congratulations to him for taking the win. Let's introduce the 30 starters for this one. Starting outside of row 15, the 42 of Langdon Morrison in a Sebaco MP01. Next to him is the 21 of Benjamin Glenn in a Wolf GB08. In row 14, car 63 is Stephen Bright, Stephen in a Radical SR10. Next to him is the 6 of Cody Powell in a Mazda Miata. In row 13 is Buck Buchanan in the 133, next to the 146 of Blake Buchanan. And on the outside of row 12, the Buchanan family well represented, Paul Buchanan in the 223. Alongside Paul is the 63 of Jim Booth in his Radical SR10. In row 11, the 412 of Hamish Miller in another Radical SR3. Next to him, the 38 of Isaac Richter, or 36, excuse me, of Isaac Richter in his Chevrolet Corvette. In row 10 is the 22 of Stephen Dawes in his Elan DB02. Alongside the 49 of Peter Craig in a Porsche GT4 RS. In row 9 is the 67 of Robert Garza in the Audi R8 LMS. Next to him is the 15 of Mike Roblin, in a Porsche GT3 Cup car. In row 8 is the 24 of Derek Carter in a Ford GT500. Next to him, the 01 of Rocket Horton in a Porsche. In row 7 is the 47 of Justin Levine. Next to him is the 58 of Jim Vandervliet. Jim racing a Wolf GB08. In row 6, car 99, Mike D'Ambrose. And alongside him, the 15 of Bill Fennick in a Porsche GT4 RS. In row 5 on the outside, the 35 of Andy Lowe in a Radical SR3, and the 8 of Scott Wagner in a Radical SR10. In row 4, the number 12 of Dmitry Goliakov in a Chevy Corvette, and the number 25 of Martin Bruhat in a Praga R1T. In row 3, the 327 of Andrew Bichet. Andrew will be joined in that row by the 32 of John DeAngelis in an Elan DP02. In row 2 on the outside, the 86 of Miles Kraut. Miles driving a Wolf GB08. Next to him, the 11 of Drew Altman, who set the fast lap of the race in his Radical SR10. And then on the front row, car 111, Louis Schreiber finishing second in his Radical, to the 19 of David Albin, in with the timing and scoring anomaly. We had him well down the order at the end of the race, but reason prevailed, and we got him back at the top of the order where he deserved to be after a comfortable win of about 2.7 seconds, looks like. Drew Altman, another 15 seconds up the road as the field making its way onto the Holman Straight. A two-wave start last time, so the prototypes predominantly from the Super Unlimited class could get a clear run down toward turn 1, and then pretty much the rest of the field, the Super Touring and the GTS2 Porsches, which were added late in the going just prior to the race, they were bumped over from the Lightning group to the Thunder group. See this big group of prototypes entering turn 17, and then right behind them, the two GTS2 cars of Peter Craig and Bill Brennick, as they come onto the straightaway, and there's the green flag. Side-by-side racing from Schreiber and Altman at the front. And the rest of the field joins the fray. As the Porsche of Bill Frenick, right there in the thick of the battle. Rocket Horton is there as well. Peter Craig in the 49 in that battle at the front. Again, a couple cars, as we can see the 11 already steaming down to the inside there at turn 7. Drew Altman trying to find his way toward the front of the field. But Louis Schreiber and the 19 of David Albin getting the jump at the front. As the field sorts itself out, single file. Making their way through turn 11. And here come the Porsches. The two GT3 Cup cars. Mike Roblin in the 15 among them. The GT4 RS of Bill Frenick near the front, as well as Peter Craig in the 49. As the prototype wave makes its way through turn 16 and onto the Allman Straight for the first time at speed. We're working the first lap. Drew Altman right there in the 3rd spot. Again, a transponder issue for David Albin in the 19. He's at the front, in fact in 2nd right now, right behind Louis Schreiber, but not showing on the timing and scoring screen. So the 19 of Albin is there in the 2nd spot, then Altman, then Scott Wagner in the black number 8. Dmitry Goliakov in the 12 moves up into 4th position. Actually, that would be 5th. Miles Kraut right behind him. Martin Bruhat dropping back a couple spots on the opening laps. As we can see, the 19 of David Albin dropping a wheel off there at the exit of turn 3. Down into the hairpin they come. That green number 11, one to watch. That fast lap of the race in the last lap, but started a little deeper in the pack than he probably should have, and that has created an uphill struggle for him in the first race, but he's going to start at the sharp edge this time and look for him to be a factor, as he was a dominant winner in the enduro race on Friday evening. Those 3 really put a bunch of distance on the rest of the field. Now 4 of them in that top battle, with Schreiber and Albin, Altman and Scott Wagner opening up about a 6-second advantage over Dmitry Goliakov in the 6th spot, or the 5th spot. That lead quartet works its way onto the Allman Straight. Stand, we had Miles Kraut in the 86 and Dmitry Golikov, those two battling for 5th and 6th, had side-to-side contact somewhere out on the racetrack. Great battle at the front, again, between David Albin in the 19, who is not showing on your scoring monitor, and the 111 of Louis Schreiber. And the green number 11 of Drew Altman, and then right behind him, Scott Wagner in that number 8. Kraut and Goliakov would be next in the order, but they're well back of this group at the front. 15 seconds between the 4th place and 5th place cars. Working their way through turns 9, 8, and 9, the Fangio chicane. Yeah, we could see somebody went off at the outside of turn 10. Maybe a braking issue. Just waiting on word from race control. Looks like he got up into the runoff area, so we'll see if the car is able to continue. As the top 3 across the line once again to complete the 3rd racing lap, top 4 actually. Again, the missing from your scoring monitor is the 19 of David Albin, running in 2nd spot. The green number 11 of Drew Altman just leaving your picture, and then right behind him, Scott Wagner. And then the big gap back to Miles Kraut in the number 86. Wolf GBO8. As this lead quartet down into the hairpin at turn 7. Still under green flag conditions here. The car off at 10. It looks like they're going to feel they're showing a waving yellow flag, and now double yellow as the safety car is going to be called into play for the 2nd time today. You can see the safety vehicle heading toward the stranded car there at the outside of the Collier curves. Bill Fennick in the number 15 Porsche, I believe, is the Porsche at the front of this group, but we'll double check that. Could be the 327 of Andrew Bechet. While the field's packing up behind the safety car, we can do a quick class rundown in Super Unlimited, which is the lead class. Louis Schreiber in the 111, the 19 of David Albin, and the 11 of Drew Altman, your top 3. In GTS 2, Bill Frennick in front of Peter Craig. In Super Touring 1, Andrew Bechet in the 327. In front of Rocket Horton by almost 12 seconds, Justin Levine in the 47 in that 3rd spot. In ST2, Mike Roblin in the 15, in front of Robert Garza in the 67. In ST3, Blake Buchanan in the 146, in front of Beck Buchanan, I guess it is, in the 133, with Cody Powell in the final podium position. So the field beginning to pack up behind the safety car here. Safety car just now bringing the field around onto the Albin straightaway. As we're working the 5th racing lap, the leaders down into turn 17, coming onto the front straightaway. Safety car did not pick up the leaders. They were so far out in front. Miles Kraut was the first across the line in the number 86. So we had two safety cars out on track, and they picked up the 5th place runner, Miles Kraut, in the number 86 Wolf. Jim Booth right behind him, Dmitry Golyakov in the 12, Martin Bruhat and Andrew Bichet. But Schreiber, the 19 of Albin, and the 11 of Drew Altman and Scott Wagner got by before the safety car picked up the field. So you saw that shot of the back straightaway as the safety car waiting for the leaders to catch up, and then the rest of the field will pack up. And the safety car well out in front of the rest of the field, having a great day. Great day to be a safety car driver here. As here come the leaders finally. This class has got a real difference between the fastest and the slowest cars. And so these front runners jump out to a huge lead. So it is Schreiber, the missing car on your scoring monitor of David Albin, then Drew Altman and Scott Wagner. So some confusion about the cleanup there at turn 10. It sounds like the safety trucks are pulling away. So once the field gets stacked back up, we should be able to get the restart going here. We're running about 5 minutes behind the published schedule. So this race scheduled to go until 4:10. Well, let's make that 4:15 with the change to the schedule. As the second group of cars still hustling to catch up to the back of the 4 leaders. Andrew Bichet being shown in the 8th position, Stephen Dawes in 9th, Andy Lowe in 10th. If we add in the missing car of the 19 of Albin, bump them up to 9th, 10th, and 11th, respectively. Mike D'Ambrose in 12th, Bill Fennick in the GTS2, German Touring Series 2 GT4 Porsche. 15 car, Rocket Horton second in the 01, Justin Levine in the 47. Just behind him, and another of the ST1 cars. Getting a word from the race control. We'll go green this time by as the field has finally caught up to our 4 leaders. Yeah, that's confirmation. It's kind of what it looked like when we saw that car going off at turn 10. That sounded like he had a brake failure. It just wasn't able to get on the binders. That's a relatively heavy braking area there into turn 10 out of the Fangio chicane. That car just had to take the escape road there to the outside driver's left of turn 10. Light's going to click out on the safety car, indicating to the field that we're about ready to restart. Heading down the Allman Straight they come, as the field now packed up and ready for the restart. Leaders weaving back and forth, getting a little temperature into the tires, perhaps getting a little debris off of them, so they'll be good to go. Again, that car in second spot does not show up on your scoring monitor. I'm assuming there's a transponder malfunction in the car, so they'll be being scored manually. All right, here we go. Green flag is out once again, and we're back at it. Diving down to the inside was the 8 of Scott Wagner, trying to take advantage of the 11 of Drew Altman. It looks like he got that done. Altman now back in 4th position. It's a lapped car in just behind them, as they're working their way through turn number 5. Derek Carter in that number 24, that red Ford GT500, just coming into the hairpin right now, is a lap down, we believe. Again, could be a transponder issue, but I don't believe that car's got the pace to run at the front, but we'll see. It looks like he's keeping the cars behind him, so maybe he is there. This class has been fraught with some issues with scoring, tripping the transponder at the start-finish line. And another car going off there at turn 13. One of the prototypes. This right-hander at the tower turn, catching that driver out. Look, we can see the car getting back underway. He's going to join at the very back. You can probably hear in the background the report from race control that potentially some damage to that car, but he's able to continue. We'll see if he continues a pace or has to fall back, but a shuffle at the front as Drew Altman has been dropped back to 4th spot. As Schreiber and the 19 of David Albin. Scott Wagner in the 3rd spot. But Schreiber still able to hold off the 19 in the battle at the front. Just behind them, the 63 of Jim Booth. Yeah, got a car stop there off to driver's right at the entrance to turn 7, the hairpin turn. I can't suss the number from our vantage point, but the lead duo stretching it out over Scott Wagner just a bit as Albin and Schreiber rejoin their battle from the first race earlier today, with Albin coming out on top. Jim Booth in the 63, then the Miles Kraut in the Wolf. Andrew Bechet has moved around the Mustang, so Bechet now up into what would be 8th position. Meanwhile, the leaders into turn 16. They head down the Allman Straight once again. There's Jim Booth. Here comes Miles Kraut in the Wolf. And Bechet in that 327 has gotten around Dmitry Goliakov, so Goliakov dropping back as they come to the line. Leaders across the line. hearing that the 19 of Albin has once again gotten himself around Schreiber as they're working their way through traffic. We'll see as they come in here. There goes Schreiber back down to the inside at turn 3, trying to retake that position, but Albin looking to make it 2 wins in a row here. Those two cars, virtually identical livery, and here comes the 11 of Drew Altman trying to get back around Scott Wagner as we've got safety vehicles on the course. But Albin still hanging on to that top spot as Schreiber unable to seal the deal. We believe we're going to go white flag this time by. Albin, your leader for the second race in a row, with Schreiber in that second spot, and Albin stretching his advantage now as they exit turn 13 and head south toward Bishop. Green number 11 of Drew Altman, right up in the thick of that top 3 battle, but has dropped back behind Scott Wagner, but hounding him to see if he can retake that final podium spot in the Super Unlimited class. As they blast down the Allman Straight, heading for Sunset Bend, turn 17. David Albin once again stretching his legs as he comes to the white flag. 1 lap to go. Miles Kraut in the Wolf across the stripe, with the leaders now in turn number 3. Albin now showing up on the scoring monitor. So all is right with the world once again. With Schreiber behind, then Wagner, then Altman, Jim Booth, Miles Kraut, Andrew Bichet in the first of the Porsches, the 327. Dmitry Goliakov, Stephen Dawes, Rocket Horton, your top 10. Andy Lowe dropping back behind Rocket Horton, so Horton up into a top 10 position. This third place battle is a good one, as Drew Altman all over the back of Scott Wagner. The lead battle appears to be pretty well settled, but these two are less than half a second apart at the line, and it's even closer now. So Altman throwing everything at it to try to take over the final step on the podium, and he's going to get it done. Oh, and they come together. This is at the exit of turn 13. As Scott Wagner went wide, dropped 2 wheels off to driver's left, and as he tried to come back onto the track, had what appeared to be side-by-side contact with Drew Altman. Altman coming out the better of that, debris flying off Altman's car. So I think perhaps some body damage there. The question is, can Jim Booth take advantage of that and perhaps get himself up into a potential podium spot? But meanwhile, the leaders coming through turn 17 for the final time and for the second race in a row. David Albin going to be the first one across the line as he takes the win, making it 2 for 2 today. Louis Schreiber across the line to see the checkers in second spot. There's the 11 of Drew Altman as he crosses the line. Scott Wagner able to recover and comes across the line in 6th position, but both Jim Booth and Miles Kraut were able to get around him. So Wagner in 6th after his off-course excursion there at turn 13. Andrew Bichet in the 327 at home in 7th position. Dmitry Goliakov in the 12 Chevrolet Corvette finishes 8th. Stephen Dawes In the 22, Elan DPO2. In 9th and rounding out the top 10, Rocket Horton in the 01. A quick rundown by class in Super Unlimited. Those are the top 4 as we listed them. Albin, Schreiber, and Altman, your podium finishers. In GTS2, Bill Fennick taking the win over Peter Craig by just about 6 seconds. In ST1, Andrew Bichet, your winner, just off the overall podium in 7th position overall. Rocket Horton finishing in 2nd in ST1. Isaac Richter in the yellow Corvette finishing 3rd in that class. In ST2, Mike Roblin in the 15 car takes the win over Robert Garza in the Audi. Just about 2 seconds separated those two. In ST3, the Buchanan family, Blake getting the better of it, taking the win over Beck Buchanan. Cody Powell coming home 3rd. David Albin making it back-to-back wins here, despite a tricky transponder not tripping the timing and scoring line. But all is right with the world. We got him in the right place at the end of the day, which unfortunately we did not do in this morning's first race for this group. One more race for us on the stream coming up. Lightning race group number 2 coming up at 4:30. We're about 5 minutes behind schedule, so might be closer to 4:35 before we join you. Thanks to Brandon Kesmerick and Jordan Worth. I'm John Fippin. Great to be with you here at Sebring for the 2025 WinterFest under sanction of NASA. Our final race of the day for the Lightning Race Group. This is race number 2 on the day for them. We'll have 2 more of them tomorrow. I'm John Fippin, glad to be with you for the 2025 WinterFest. Let's introduce the starters for you. We have 2 cars that had a problem in the race. Marcos Rodriguez in the 170 had what appeared to be a pretty comprehensive engine expiration at the end of the race, which brought a mature into it. Tom Panzarella, however, will start in row 11, we believe, in the number 89 Volkswagen Jetta. Patrick Waymeyer also retired early with a problem. Don't know if he'll be back in the field, but just in case, he's in the number 95 Ford Mustang. Inside of row 10 will be the 750 of William Rivera. In row 9 on the outside, the 23 of Gino Angela in a Miata, and the 11 of Cole Lucas. In row 8 on the outside is the 31 of Justin Rogers. Next to him is the 114 of Carlos Mendez in a BMW 330i. In row 7 is car number 29, Roberto Moreno, in his BMW 325i, and the 210 of Curtis Buxton. Buxton driving a BMW 328. In row 6 on the outside, the 515 of Rodney Poland, his Thunder Roadster. Next to him, the 48 of Francis Florido. Francis in a Porsche 911 RSR from the GTS3 class. In row 5 on the outside, car 51, Steve Miklos. Miklos in a Thunder Roadster. And the 274 of Scott Hawking, also in a Thunder Roadster. In row 4, car 314, Alex Walensky in yet another Thunder Roadster. And the 340 of Glenn Shatman in yet another Thunder Roadster. In row 3, the 70 of Eduardo Rodriguez in one of the American Iron Mustangs. Next to him, the winner of the Thunder Roadster class, John Spain, in car number 47. And in the front 2 rows, car 99 is Cameron Graysberry in a Ford Mustang from American Iron. Carmine Pace in car number 11 in another Mustang from American Iron starts alongside him. And on the front row, a great battle all race long between the 77 of Bruce Byerly in his Mustang and the winner, the 71 of Carson Waymeyer in his Ford Mustang as well. Carson Waymeyer at the front of the field in that red Mustang, Fox body Mustang, and Byerly in the more contemporary number 77. Carmine Pace in the black one right behind him, and then the first of the Thunder Roadsters, John Spain. This is a 3-wave start. The American Iron cars in the first wave, the Thunder Roadsters in the second wave, and the balance of the field in the third wave. As they're working their way through turn 16 onto the Ullman Straight. We're getting close to the start here, as there's been some attrition over the course of the weekend for these cars, so the field down just a bit from what we saw at the start of the weekend. But if race number 1 earlier this afternoon is any indication, we're in for another dandy, as we've got a great battle at the front in the American Iron class, and the Thunder Roadsters also put on a fantastic show for much of the race. Again, a late yellow flag due to a engine expiring on one of the American Iron cars. Shuffled up the ending just a little bit, but it should be good fun. As the field making its way into the eyes of the starter. And there's the green. We're underway. Waymeyer in the 71, getting the jump. And then here comes the Thunder Roadsters. Spain first across the line. Alex Walensky right with him. And then here comes the rest of the group, the 210 of Curtis Buxton in his BMW. Leading that wave with Roberto Moreno alongside, Carlos Mendez and Daniel Wellens just behind. Buxton leading this group into turn number 1. Turn our attention to that third wave as they're working their way through turn 3. Buxton, Roberto Moreno in the 29. Carlos Mendez, Daniel Wellens, and a couple of the Miatas. Back to the front, the American Irons picking up right where they left off. Carson Waymeyer and Bruce Byerly, nose to tail, working their way through turn 8 and 9, the Fangio chicane. And a bit of a gap back to Carmine Pace and the black number 11, and Eduardo Rodriguez in the 70s, leaving your camera shot. John Spain holding on to the lead in Thunder Roadster over Alex Walensky. They had a fantastic battle. In fact, it looks like Walensky challenging Spain now for that front spot. As the 70 of Eduardo Rodriguez looks to have fallen down the order just a bit. We'll sort that out as they come around, as he started in the front wave but is fallen back behind a couple of the Thunder Roadsters here. But Carson Waymeyer with no problem. And in fact, Carmine Pace has gotten around Bruce Byerly to take over second spot. Here comes Spain leading the Thunder Roadsters, and you're right, it is Alex Walensky there in second spot. Glenn Shatman was behind him in third. Shatman and Spain had a great battle all race long. Side-by-side racing for second between Byerly and Pace. Pace in the black number 11, Byerly in the white 77. Byerly getting the better of it, with Patrick Waymeyer now up into fourth position in the 67. Thunder Roadsters alongside John Spain. Alex Walensky actually being scored with the lead, as we got a side-by-side battle for the overall lead. Byerly and Carson Waymeyer go side-by-side. Carson getting the better of it. Carmine Pace in the black car in the third spot. Marcos Rodriguez in the 67, now in the fourth. And then here comes the 47 of Spain, who's gotten back around Walensky with Shatman right behind him in a three-way battle. Byerly deep on the brakes down into the hairpin, trying to retake the overall lead in American Iron. Here comes the side-by-side battle for the Thunder Roadsters. That's Spain on the outside, Walensky on the inside, as Pace and Rodriguez go side-by-side in the battle for third. Fantastic racing at the front of the field here. Carson Waymeyer and Bruce Byerly side-by-side. Then Pace and Rodriguez side-by-side. Couldn't ask for better at the front. And then the Thunder Roadsters now line astern. Carson Waymeyer getting a little bit wide coming through turn 13 as they head south toward the Bishop Bend. Where they are right now, Byerly once again looking for a way around Carson Waymeyer in the little Le Mans chicane, 15 and 16, leading on to the Allman Straight. As Carmine Pace has now fallen behind Marcos Rodriguez. Pace battling with Byerly for that second spot, now back to fourth. As Spain, Walensky, and Shatman continue their battle in Thunder Roadster. Leaders down into turn 17. Waymeyer a little earlier turn in, Byerly a little later on that apex. Oh, Waymeyer gets squirrely. Byerly takes advantage and high, wide, and handsome around the outside. And Byerly's going to lead this one as they come across the line to complete race lap 2. Then Waymeyer. Marcos Rodriguez in the 67 up to third, and he's right on the tail of Waymeyer. As that pair of older Mustangs showing their heels to Carmine Pace in the 11. As Pace dropping off the back of this three-car battle. The Thunder Roadsters continuing to go, and it looks like Walensky swept around the outside. John Spain shuffled back to third. Now he's side-by-side with Glenn Shatman. In that battle, that's Spain to the inside in the 47. Shatman on the outside, but Walensky now leading the Thunder Roadsters. Steve Miklos and Scott Hocking a little further back, but the battle's on for second in Thunder Roadster. Niklos and Hocking. Rodney Poland in the 515 Thunder Roadster right at the tail end of that group. But Walensky leading the Thunder Roadsters for the first time in this race at least. Working his way through the hairpin. But back to the front, Byerly at the point. But Carson Waymeyer all over him with Marcus Rodriguez right behind in the third spot. The leaders in Thunder Roadster just disappearing from our shot as we catch up with them. And it is John Spain back to the front as he retakes the spot from him. Alex Walensky, Glenn Shatman right there in third. Once again, side by side at the front as Waymeyer trying to retake that spot from Byerly. Byerly, though, shuts the door as they enter turn 15. Waymeyer under pressure from Marcos Rodriguez. Could not ask for better racing at the front of this one. And the same story in the Thunder Roadster battle. Right now, it's Spain in front of Walensky with Shatman bringing up the rear of that trio, but absolutely nothing in it. Side by side down into 17 once again. Byerly trying to go around the outside as Carson Waymeyer taking an earlier apex. He got a little squirrely last lap right at this point on the racetrack. This time gets the power down a little better. And he's weaving back and forth as they come to the line. Byerly will get credit for leading the lap, but Waymeyer now going to try to sweep around the outside of turn 1. As Byerly guarding that inside line, but that's going to sacrifice his exit speed. He's able to hang on to it with Waymeyer right there in his wheel tracks. Rodriguez right behind him. Carmine Pace in the black Mustang just now entering your frame. Dropping off the back of that battle just a bit. Byerly with the advantage here. Looking for the win. As he's been in the thick of it in the early running, but doesn't, at least in the enduro and in the sprint race earlier today, wasn't able to cash in and make that a victory. So Byerly looking to finish on the top step of the podium, and he retakes that position, but Waymeyer around the outside as they work through the Fangio chicane, heading up toward Collier now. Side by side through turn number 10 into 11, side by side. Nothing in it. Rodriguez there to pick up the pieces as for those two come to tears. Carmine Pace, third, maybe 3 seconds behind the leaders. Waymeyer gets a little wide. See if Byerly's able to get a cleaner run, but Waymeyer using up all the racetrack. Waymeyer slotting back into the lead now as they enter Bishop Bend, turn 14. In the little chicane here at Le Mans. Waymeyer with the advantage. Byerly giving chase. And here comes Rodriguez as Byerly goes a little wide. Rodriguez stuffs it by and gets up into second spot. We'll see if he can hold it as they make the run down the Almond Straight, the longest straightaway on the racetrack. Waymeyer in front. Did Rodriguez get by him and solidify that position? He did. Byerly now back into third spot. But Byerly once again with that late turn in, trying to go around the outside. But Rodriguez a little tidier line onto the front straightaway. Able to hold him off at the line by about half a car length. Byerly has the inside position as they run down toward turn 1. Rodriguez will get a little better speed through that first turn as Byerly now challenging our leader Waymeyer once again. Side by side through turn 2 down into 3, and Byerly back to the point for the moment at least. There is absolutely nothing in it at the front of this race as the top 3 nose to tail. Great racing here. Waymeyer drops a wheel off at the exit of turn 5. But no harm, no foul as they work under the bridge and into Big Bend, making the run down toward the hairpin turn. Byerly being a little defensive down to the inside. Waymeyer maybe a little more cagey. Will try to get the better exit. And that puts him right on the back bumper of Bruce Byerly. Rodriguez, oh, there goes Waymeyer, ducking to the inside at the exit of the Fangio chicane as they make the run up toward Collier once again at turn 10. Byerly holding him off. Waymeyer looking for a little different racing line to find an option to get around it. The Thunder Roadster battle continues. Spain, Walensky, and Shatman in that order as they come through turns 10 and 11. Through the tower turn comes this lead battle. And once again, Rodriguez showing some strength here as he gets side by side as they come into the Le Mans chicane. And it looks like Rodriguez is going to hang on to that second spot for the moment. Byerly right there on his tail. Carmine Pace is not going anywhere. His lap time's very commensurate with the cars in front of him. So even though he is about 4 seconds behind this lead battle, he is right there on the pace. And the way they're racing, he could find himself on the podium here. Waymeyer finally able to stretch it just a bit on the run down the Allman straightaway. As they're a little further apart than they've been in a while. There goes Carmine Pace. Across the line they come. Waymeyer taking the lead as they're catching up to the back of the pack, so they'll have some traffic to contend with. Byerly and Rodriguez nose to tail through turn 1. William Rivera, I believe, is the car just in front of them. About to go a lap down. As this lead battle comes down into the hairpin for the first time, not side by side as they go single file. Byerly really late on the brakes, able to close right up on the back of Carson Waymeyer into the hairpin turn at turn 7. Through the Fangio chicane. There's the lapped car of Rivera being passed by Carmine Pace. Once again, Waymeyer's car looking a little tail happy, but he's able to gather it up. Loose is fast is the racing adage. And he's definitely showing that to be the case here. Right out to the edge of the track. All three of them go, using up every bit of the tower turn. As Carson Waymeyer leading the way into the Le Mans chicane, another of the ST5 cars. Yeah, it looks like we've lost Rodriguez in the 67. Yeah, there he is. He's going to join in 4th as Carmine Pace gets by him. The next car is a lapped car in the battle for Thunder Roadsters, with Spain still leading Walensky and Shatman in that order. So a new 3rd place runner now with Carmine Pace inheriting that 3rd spot with the spin by Marcos Rodriguez. So Pace perhaps on the podium here for the first time this weekend. And look at this side-by-side for Thunder Roadster as Walensky in that car with the orange trim sweeps into the lead around John Spain in the white 47. Walensky weaving a bit, trying to break the draft. Spain coming under pressure now from Glenn Shatman. So shoveling a little bit at the front and in this Thunder Roadster battle as well. As it is now Walensky in front of Spain and Shatman. There's Marcos Rodriguez recovering after his spin. Down into turn number 3. John Spain, the meat in the sandwich of Alex Walensky and Glenn Shatman, as they bend it through turn 5 and head under the bridge in the short straightaway blast down into turn 7. Leaders already by. Here we go, side by side. Spain late on the brakes, down the inside into the hairpin. Can he hold it? Carmine Pace, the lapped car. Then Marcos Rodriguez, and here comes the Thunder Roadsters. And it is Spain back to the point with Walensky second in that grouping now. Interesting, Shatman, a little tidier line through that Collier chicane. Puts him right on the back once again of that second place battle. And here comes Bruce Byerly challenging Waymeyer for the lead once again. As Waymeyer bends it into turn 16 onto the Almond Straight. Rodriguez able to maintain his position. The Thunders aren't catching him for the overall. Wouldn't matter in the class standings. Rodriguez solidly in fourth amongst the American Iron Runners. Once again, very different approaches to the very bumpy turn 17. As you can see, both cars struggling for traction as they come onto the front straightaway. They're going to approach the line side by side. Absolutely nothing in it. Less than half a second separating them at the line. A sweeping entry for Waymeyer, a much tighter entry for Byerly, which he will sacrifice his exit just enough that he's able to get back to the front. But Waymeyer looking for any way around. And they've got some slower traffic in front, which could be a factor. Sometimes it's better to be the leader approaching a lapped car, or sometimes better to be the follower, as the lap car can sometimes be used as a pick. But in this case, they both get by successfully. Carmine Pace now third. Here they come, side by side. This is the very lead of the race. Byerly gets a better run out of turn 5 and has the lead as they approach the hairpin turn at turn 7. Into the Fangio chicane. Byerly with the advantage. Waymeyer right behind him. Oh, Waymeyer gets a tidier exit. Tries to go side by side as they approach Collier. He falls back in single file. Byerly a little bit wide. Waymeyer four-wheel drifting it through turn 11. Meanwhile, Spain hanging on to the lead over Walensky and Shatman. Byerly squiggling his way through the tower turn, but Waymeyer gets a better exit as he jumps on that opportunity, goes side by side with Byerly. He's going to try to go around the outside of the Bishop Bend. They're still side by side. Fantastic racing down into the Le Mans chicane. Byerly drifting it wide. That's going to open the door for Waymeyer, and he does it. Waymeyer back to the point. These two have swapped the lead multiple times here over the course of this race. Meanwhile, the Thunder Roadster battle just as good, as it's Spain and Walensky, with Shatman dropping off the back of that battle just a bit. So Spain and Walensky settling the lead as we are in the closing stages of this one. Waymeyer, excuse me, trying to hold off Byerly as he goes around the outside and retakes the lead. But Waymeyer, again, Byerly really pinching the exits as he's trying to protect that racing line, but it's definitely costing him some exit speed. There goes Waymeyer diving down to the inside at turn number 1, and he makes it stick right out to the edge of the track. So Waymeyer at the point. Now he's gone defensive as they come into turn 3. Rodriguez, by the way, resurgent as he's made up all the ground he lost with that spin a couple laps ago at turn 15, and he's caught back up to Carmine Pace. So Marcos Rodriguez, Pace in the black Mustang, Rodriguez in the red, white, and blue machine, may be in a position to retake that position as the lead battle continues side by side into the hairpin turn at turn 7. Waymeyer with the advantage now. Byerly biding his time in second spot. Out of the Fangio chicane, Byerly looking for the inside line as they approach Collier, but Waymeyer able to hang on to that spot. Byerly now has the inside line at the exit of turn 12 as they head for the tower turn. Great battle there for third between Pace and Rodriguez. Waymeyer right out to the edge of the track. Byerly a little tidier line. Stays single file as they head down toward the Bishop Bend. There they are. Now down into the Lamar chicane. Waymeyer still with the advantage. Byerly giving chase. Into turn 16. Third place battle, equally good. Carmine Pace in the black number 11. Marcus Rodriguez in the 67, right on his heels. It looks like John Spain is finally able to eke out just a little bit of breathing room over the 314 of Alex Walensky in the Thunder Roadster battle. Once again, Byerly and Waymeyer side by side at the entrance to turn 17. Waymeyer on the inside, Byerly on the outside. Coming to the white flag, 1 lap to go. And there is nothing in it at the line. Byerly with a nose ahead, about 0.3 of a second on the scoring monitor. Byerly stuffs it down to the inside at turn 1. Waymeyer carries a little more mid-corner speed through that turn, gets a better exit. Now he's going to try to get to the inside by turn number 3. He's got a fender alongside. Byerly late on the brakes. You can see that car squirming under braking, and Rodriguez has made the pass on Carmine Pace to retake third spot. But the white flag flying, last opportunity for these two as they work their way out of turn 6 under the Advent Health footbridge and heading toward turn 7. Byerly being defensive down to the inside of the hairpin. Waymeyer with a more classic racing line, looking for the exit there. Byerly hanging on as they work their way through the Fangio chicane and up toward Collier. Into turn 10, Byerly with the advantage. Waymeyer right on his bumper. Exiting turn 11, on the way to 12. In the tower turn. Rodriguez solidifying his hold on that third spot, but this is the section of the track that he had some problems that dropped him back to 4th. He's recovered beautifully after that unforced error. Waymeyer, Byerly side by side through Bishop. Waymeyer maybe a nose ahead, but the next is a left-hander. That's going to give Byerly the advantage. Now back to the right-hander, Waymeyer in front. Here they come through turn 16 for the final time onto the Ullman Straight. Side by side, as it looks like Carmine Pace resurgent in the battle for third. This one's not over yet. Waymeyer has the advantage at the moment. Byerly a little further off the back of Waymeyer, and I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Unless Waymeyer has a problem, I think he's got the win here as they come through turn 17. And that's going to be the way they finish as they come to the stripe. Carson Waymeyer taking the win after a race-long battle with Bruce Byerly. Margin of victory 0.6 of a second. Rodriguez and Pace side by side. Same thing behind it. Spain and Walensky side by side. Who's going to get third? It's going to be Rodriguez. Who's going to get the win in Thunder Roadster? Literally a dead heat as they come across the line. Walensky looks like he's being scored with the victory by about 0.03 of a second between those two. So Carmine Pace not quite able to get the pass made for third. Alex Walensky just a whisker ahead of John Spain in the battle for Thunder Roadster. Glenn Shatman picking up the pieces in third. Scott Hawking not yet across the line. Should have 4th place honors in the Thunder Roadster. Here's the last 2 Thunder Roadsters. Steve Miklos holding off the challenge. We now wait for Curtis Buxton, we expect, next across the line in the 210 BMW for 10th position. He's been in a battle with Carlos Mendez in the 114. And it is Buxton over Mendez by 0.3 of a second. Tom Panzarella, who started deep in the pack in that number 89 Volkswagen Jetta, up into 12th position. A good run for him. If he's able to hang on to that, he'll be next across the line. But Daniel Wellens in the Miata, looks like he got that pass made on the final lap. Here comes Panzarella. That was Carlos Mendez that got by. As we wait for the last of the field to come across the stripe, let's run the class rundown for you real quickly while we have a moment. At the front, of course, in American Iron, Carson Waymeyer taking the win over Bruce Byerly. Byerly had the fastest lap of the race, but came up about 0.6 of a second short. Marcos Rodriguez and Carmine Pace, literally a dead heat across the line, with only about 100th of a second separating the two of them. Pat Waymeyer finishing a distant 5th. Tom Panzarella, the only GTS3 car, comes home in obviously the top spot there in Spec Miata. Gino Angella takes the win by 37 seconds over the 11 of Cole Lucas. And in ST5, Curtis Buxton taking the win by 0.3 of a second over Carlos Mendez. Daniel Wellens finishing 3rd. And finally in Thunder Roadster, Alex Walensky, the tightest possible margin of victory, 25 thousandths of a second over John Spain, with Glenn Shatman finishing in the 3rd spot. For those of you joining us on the stream, that's our last race of the day, but fear not, plenty of racing coming up tomorrow. We'll have our first race for the Lightning Race Group at 10:35 tomorrow morning, and then Thunder at 12 noon, just before the lunch break, and then Lightning comes back again at 2:20, and then we'll round out our coverage at 4:05 tomorrow afternoon for the final race of the Thunder Race Group. Once again, big thanks to Brandon Kazmarek, the Major Domo at DriversEye Live, and Jordan Worth doing a fantastic job switching this one, as we've got great pictures to give you, and looking forward to finishing out the weekend with you tomorrow and the 2025 WinterFest under the sanction of the NASA Florida. I'm John Fippin. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow.